if I've ever seen one. Astounding.
Now's our chance!
These are the last ones.
Let's go, everyone!
easy. did it!
Yup. Oh.
Hey!
I've been waiting for you. Special quest until next time.
This'll be easy! So much power! We were waiting for you.
You'll be fine. I believe in you. Good to go.
For Kimura!
Prepare for the next round. A new job for you. Prepare the defenses! Behold the fruits of our training!
It's okay, we'll be fine.
Keep calm, everyone!
Their leader's here!
Attack!
Now's our chance!
We have to stop them!
don't!
What insane power is this? This is as far as you go.
We're not done yet!
We just have to get through this.
device here!
And presto. Looking great. Somebody stop them!
They're too strong.
Listen up, brave defenders!
Need to heal up.
Don't give up! No!
I'm not giving up yet!
This is gonna be good.
Leave it to me! Taste the bite!
And presto! You'll never get through! That'll do for now. You're gonna regret that! Be careful of the apex!
Good. Looking great.
Be careful! Mr. Nice Guy!
Take this! This is gonna hurt!
All done. Don't mind if I do.
Faster! I'm back. We managed to pull through somehow. Well done. The village is safe for now.
The rampage. How long do you...
Indeed. Hey there.
Welcome to the hub. See you later then. What would you like to do? Until next time.
This'll be easy. I feel better than ever. We did it! feel better than ever.
団子やってね。
day's work.
Entrepreneurship.
This place is safe with me!
Single use. Biodegradable. Biodegradable.
The more you've got!
This is our last chance!
Combustible.
Great!
We did it!
しゃい。
This'll be easy. The gloves are coming off. Welcome. All in a day's work.
to discuss something without making any progress. And I've had this many times when I've been having a debate or bickering with someone about something, and you might be arguing for quite a long time, and you feel like you're making progress and you're getting through to them, you're getting your point across, and then it all seems to go back to the beginning again, and you think, well, hang on a minute, what you just said tells me that you haven't taken on board my points. You don't understand where I'm coming from, and I'm increasingly frustrated. So we're just going round in circles. It's a waste of our time. Here's an example. We've been discussing the same problem for an hour, but we're just going round in circles without finding a solution. All right, that's hour 5. Let's do a quick recap. We started with the noun takeaway, which is food that is cooked and sold by a restaurant, but that you take it to eat somewhere else, away from the restaurant. A takeaway. We had the verb scroll, which is to move through text or through content on a computer screen by moving it up and down. Scroll. We had the idiom step into the breach, which is to do somebody else's work when they're unable to do it. You step into the breach. We had the phrasal verb dive into something, which is to start or join something with enthusiasm and without hesitation. We had the idiom go round in circles, which is to work hard at something or discuss something without making progress. Go round in circles. All right, it's time to raise your voice and do this for pronunciation purposes. Please repeat after me. Takeaway. Takeaway. Scroll. Scroll. Step into the breach. Step into the breach. Dive into. Dive into. Go round in circles. Go round in circles. Very good. If I'm reading a very long article on my phone, I'll need to move the text up so that I can read the different parts. What verb would you use to describe the action of moving this text up the screen? Scroll. Very good. After a long day at work, I cannot be bothered to cook, so I'm going to order food from the restaurant to be cooked and delivered to my door. What is this? Takeaway. Yes. In my head, I was imagining you saying, lazy, Anna. That's what it is. It's lazy. Just go and cook some good food. But no, the answer I was looking for was takeaway. Now, if I decide to start something without hesitation, what phrase or verb would you use to describe my action? Dive into. I'm diving into it. But if I'm working really hard at something and not making any progress whatsoever, what am I doing? What idiom am I looking for? I'm going round in circles. Finally, if you leave a role in our company, and there's lots of work to do and you leave unexpectedly, I will need to come in and cover all of your responsibilities. What am I doing? What idiom would you use? I am stepping into the breach. Very good. Okay, it's time to revisit our snapshot. After ordering takeaway for the 3rd night in a row, Vlad continued to scroll through job listings on his laptop while waiting for delivery. When his colleague suddenly quit, his manager asked him to step into the breach and take over the important client project, promising it would look good on his CV. Vlad was excited to dive into the new challenge, but after 2 weeks of working late nights, he began to feel like he was going round in circles with no real progress being made. Right, listen up for our target vocabulary once again as we head into story time. Roddy looked at the stack of papers on his desk and sighed. It was the 3rd week since his boss had gone on sick leave after breaking his leg, and Roddy had been asked to step into the breach. At first, he had been excited about the opportunity to show his skills. I can handle this, he had told his colleagues with confidence. It's only for a month or 2. He had dived into the work with energy, arriving early and staying late. He wanted to prove that he was the right person for the job. The first week had gone well. He had finished all the reports on time and even solved a problem with a difficult client. But now, 3 weeks later, things were different. Roddy felt like he was going round in circles. Every morning, there were more emails to answer and more problems to solve. He would work all day, but by the evening it seemed like he had made no progress at all. "This is impossible," he muttered to himself as he looked at the clock. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and he was still at the office. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. Roddy packed his bag and left the building. The night was cold, and he was too tired to cook dinner. Like every night that week, he decided to order takeaway. He took out his phone and called his favorite Chinese restaurant. "Hello, Golden Dragon. I'd like to order a chicken fried rice for delivery, please." While waiting for his food to arrive, Roddy sat on his sofa and began to scroll through his phone. First, he checked his work emails. There were 15 new ones. Then the news. All bad. And finally, his social media accounts. His friends were posting pictures of holidays, parties, and family gatherings. Roddy couldn't remember the last time he had done anything fun. The doorbell rang. His takeaway had arrived. Roddy paid the delivery person and took the food to his small kitchen table. As he ate, he continued to scroll through his phone. He wasn't really reading anything. It was just a habit, something to do while he ate alone. After dinner, Roddy tried to relax, but his mind kept returning to work. He had a meeting the next morning and he wasn't prepared. He opened his laptop and started working again. At midnight, Roddy finally went to bed, exhausted. But he couldn't sleep. "I can't keep going like this," he thought. "I need to find a better way." The next morning, Roddy made a decision. Instead of diving straight into his emails, he made a list of what was really important. He decided to ask for help with some tasks and to tell people when something couldn't be done immediately. By the end of the day, Roddy felt better. He wasn't going round in circles anymore. He was moving forward. That evening, instead of ordering takeaway and scrolling through his phone, he cooked a simple meal and called a friend. Stepping into the breach was still challenging, but Roddy was learning to manage it better, one day at a time. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. I do hope you found it useful. It's also the end of week 12, so please have a wonderful weekend. And until next time, take very good care. And goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured, course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus the transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and fatten me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Hello and welcome to the English Like a Native podcast. My name is Anna and you're listening to week 12, day 4 of your English 5-a-day, the second season. With this series, you're getting a healthy daily dose of English vocabulary so that you can start to feel more like yourself, a confident version of yourself when communicating in English. So let's begin, as we always do, with our snapshot. Due to the decline in literacy rates, teachers decided to focus more on phonics, where students break words down into letters and their corresponding sounds. However, with limited classroom time, they had to squeeze out other subjects to make room for the extra reading practice. This shift in priorities was necessary, but it left little space for creativity in the curriculum. Okay, let's dive into our vocabulary then, starting with the noun literacy. Literacy. We spell this L-I-T-E-R-A-C-Y. Literacy. Literacy. Literacy is the ability to read and write, or more generally, the ability to understand and use various forms of communication effectively. Here is an example sentence. Digital literacy is becoming increasingly important in today's technology-driven world. Next, we have the noun decline. Decline. We spell this D-E-C-L-I-N-E. Decline. A decline is a gradual decrease or reduction in something, such as quality, quantity, or strength. For example, I currently release at least 5 podcast episodes a week. But if in a month I pull that back to 4, and then the month after it becomes 3, and the few months after that just 2, you could say there has been a decline in the release schedule of the English Like a Native podcast. Because I've reduced the number. Over time, I've gradually reduced the number of podcast episodes going out. Don't worry, it's not going to happen for a while yet. I still have enough energy to keep powering through to the end of 2025. I don't expect you to see a gradual decrease or decline in the quantity of podcast episodes. Hopefully there won't be a decline in the quality either. Here's another example. There has been a decline in the number of people who smoke in the last decade. Next, we have the noun, phonics. Phonics. We spell this Phonics. Phonics. Phonics is a method of teaching reading and writing by correlating sounds with letters or groups of letters. So my son is regularly doing phonics at school, and when he comes home, he does phonics with me to help improve, gradually increase his reading ability. Here's an example sentence. Many schools use phonics programs as part of their literacy curriculum. Next, we have a phrasal verb, which is to break down. This is a separable phrasal verb, so you can break something down, particular something in the middle. Break something down. Break, we spell B-R-E-A-K, down, D-O-W-N. To break something down is to explain something in simpler terms, or to divide it into smaller parts to make it easier to understand. So, for example, if you decide that you like the way I talk and you like to speak like me, you want a modern RP accent, and you say to me, Anna, teach me the British accent. I would say, okay, we can't learn it all in one go. We have to break it down into smaller parts and learn our different features first and learn how to connect them. So I break it down, and that's what I do in the course. Every lesson is about a different feature of the British accent. So in the course, I break down the RP way of speaking. Here's another example. The teacher broke down the complex scientific theory into simpler ideas so the class could understand. Next, we have another phrasal verb, and it is squeeze out. Squeeze out. 2 words, squeeze, S-Q-U-E-E-Z-E, squeeze, out, O-U-T. To squeeze out something or to squeeze something out is to remove or replace it due to pressure or lack of space. Okay, so you squeeze it out or squeeze someone out. Here's an example sentence. The company had to squeeze out a few of its less profitable products to make room for new innovations. Okay, that's our 5, so let's do a quick recap. We started with the noun literacy, which is the ability to read and write, or generally be able to understand and use various forms of communication. Literacy. We had the noun decline, which is that gradual decrease or reduction in something, like quality, quantity, or strength. A decline. We had the noun phonics, which is the method of teaching reading and writing by correlating sounds with letters. Phonics. We had the phrasal verb break something down, which is to explain something in simpler terms by dividing it into smaller, more easy to digest parts. And we had the phrasal verb squeeze out, which is to remove or replace something due to pressure or lack of space. Squeeze out. Now, let's do it for pronunciation purposes. Please repeat after me. Literacy. Literacy. Decline. Decline. Phonics. Phonics. Break something down. Break something down. Squeeze out. Squeeze out. Very good. Okay, what's the name for the method of teaching reading and writing, where we correlate sounds with letters? Phonics. Very good. And if you see a gradual reduction in the quality of something, what is that? What noun would we use to describe that gradual reduction? A decline. Yes, the great decline. And if we're talking about the ability to read and write, what noun could we use? Literacy. We're talking about literacy. If I need to explain something that's quite complex in simple terms by making smaller lessons to cover the whole, what am I doing? What phrasal verb would you use? I'm breaking it down. Yes, break down. And finally, I don't have any space for this task that I do in my daily routine, so I need to remove it. What phrasal verb would I use to describe removing something due to lack of space? Squeeze out. I need to squeeze it out of my schedule, unfortunately. Fantastic. Okay, I want you to listen again to our snapshot and see if it makes a little more sense now. Due to the decline in literacy rates, teachers decided to focus more on phonics, where students break words down into letters and their corresponding sounds. However, with limited classroom time, they had to squeeze out other subjects to make room for the extra reading practice. This shift in priorities was necessary, but it left little space for creativity in the curriculum. Okay, now I want you to listen once again for our target vocabulary as we head into my favourite part, story time. Navdeep sighed as he closed the staff room door behind him. Another meeting about literacy levels and the new phonics program had just finished. His head was full of charts showing the supposed decline in reading skills among children. Tea? Asked Rosa, his colleague who taught Year 6. Please, said Navdeep, dropping into a chair. I need something to help me think. Rosa handed him a steaming mug. Tough meeting. The same as always. Everyone is worried about literacy. The government, the head teacher, the parents. They all think children can't read properly anymore. And you don't agree? Rosa stirred her tea carefully. It's not that simple, said Navdeep. Yes, some children struggle with reading. They always have. But this focus on phonics is squeezing out what really matters. Enjoying books. Navdeep had been teaching for 15 years. He had seen many approaches come and go. This latest push for phonics meant children spent hours learning to break down words into individual sounds. I had Ash in tears yesterday, he continued. He loves stories about space, but instead of letting him read his book about astronauts, I had to make him break down the word rocket into several sounds. R-o-k-et. Over and over. By the end, he didn't care about rockets anymore. The phonics advocates would say he needs those skills to read independently, Rosa pointed out. Of course he does, but not at the expense of joy, Navdeep replied. What's the point in teaching children how to read if they never want to pick up a book? The next day, Navdeep arrived at school early. He had been thinking all night about how to balance the required phonics teaching with his belief in reading for pleasure. He rearranged his classroom, creating a cosy reading corner with cushions and a small bookshelf. He filled it with books about all sorts of subjects: animals, space, sports, and adventure stories. When his class of 7-year-olds arrived, he explained his new plan. We will do our phonics work, he told them. Learning to break down words into sounds is important. But we're also going to have 20 minutes of reading time every day, just for fun. The children looked surprised but pleased. Over the following weeks, Navdeep watched as even the most reluctant readers began to show interest in books. They still did their phonics exercises, but they also had time to enjoy stories. One afternoon, the head teacher came to observe Navdeep's class. She watched as the children practiced their phonics and then moved to the reading corner. This isn't the literacy program, she said with a frown. No, agreed Navdeep. But look at them. The head teacher looked around. Every child was engaged with a book. Some were reading alone, others in pairs. They were talking about the stories, showing each other pictures and asking questions. Focusing only on phonics was squeezing out their natural curiosity, Navdeep explained. They need the technical skills, but they also need to discover why reading matters. The head teacher nodded slowly. Perhaps we've forgotten something important in all our worry about literacy decline. Navdeep smiled. Reading isn't just a skill to measure, it's a door to new worlds. I want my pupils to know how to open that door. and to want to step through it. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. I do hope you found it useful. If you did, then please remember to recommend the English Like a Native podcast to your English learning friends. I do hope to tickle your eardrums again tomorrow. Until then, take very good care, and goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus the transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and fatten me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Hello and welcome to the English Like a Native podcast. My name is Anna and you're listening to week 12, day 3 of your English 5-a-day, the second season. By tuning in daily, you're getting your daily dose of English vocabulary, which will, step by step, make you feel more confident when communicating in English. So let's begin, as we always do, with our snapshot. The pioneers of the new Mars colony faced an unprecedented challenge when a failure in the life support systems threatened their survival. Determined to create a sustainable future, they worked tirelessly to repair the oxygen generators and water filters. Their success meant that future settlers would have a safer home on the Red Planet. Ooh, okay, so let's begin by looking at the noun colony. Colony. We spell this C-O-L-O-N-Y. Colony. A colony is a group of people or animals or plants living together in a specific area, often under the control of a larger power. A colony. So here's an example sentence. A colony of penguins gathered on the icy shore. Fantastic. Next we have the adjective unprecedented. Unprecedented. We spell this U-N-P-R-E-C-E-D-E-N-T-E-D. It's quite a long one. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. If something is described as unprecedented, then it's never done or known before, or it's completely new or unique. So you'll often hear this in the news when talking about people in power doing things that have never been done before, making decisions that have never been made before, taking action that has never been taken before. So you may hear, this leader has made an unprecedented decision to do X, Y, and Z, or this unprecedented move by the leader of wherever has been met with skepticism or criticism. So unprecedented is something completely new or never known to have been done before. Here's another example. The scientist made an unprecedented discovery that could change medicine forever. Next we have the adjective sustainable. Sustainable. We spell this S-U-S-T-A-I-N-A-B-L-E. Sustainable. If something is described as sustainable, then it's able to continue for a long time without causing harm to the environment or running out of resources. So this is a term that's often used when talking about manufacturing or any kind of production of products. Is it sustainable? Many people are looking for more sustainable options when they're buying their weekly products. If you're setting up a new habit and you want to continue to do something long term, then you have to make it sustainable. If you want to get fit, then committing yourself to going to the gym 7 days a week, so every day of the week, is not really sustainable, especially if you have a busy work life and you have a young family, maybe you have a dog to walk as well. You have a lot of responsibility. Making it to the gym every day might be a bit difficult, so that's not sustainable. You'll probably end up with injuries or exhaustion. Next we have the noun pioneer. Pioneer. We spell this P-I-O-N-E-E-R. Pioneer. A pioneer is a person who is one of the first to explore or develop something new. For example, Marie Curie was a pioneer in the field of radiation research. Can you think of any pioneers? Next and last on today's list, we have the noun life support systems. Life support systems. 3 words. Life and support are connected with a hyphen. We spell it L-I-F-E, life, support, S-U-P-P-O-R-T, life support, and then system, S-Y-S-T-E-M, obviously S if it's plural. Life support systems. Life support systems are equipment or technology that helps people stay alive in extreme environments, such as space or underwater. So we want them to be in tip-top condition. Here's an example. The hospital's life support systems kept the patient stable after surgery. Okay, some very interesting vocabulary today. Let's do a quick recap. We started with the noun colony, which is a group of people, animals, or plants living together in a specific area, often under the control of a larger power. A colony. We had the adjective unprecedented, which describes something that's never done or known before, something that's completely new or unique. It's unprecedented. We had the adjective sustainable, which is something that's able to continue for a long time without causing harm to the environment or running out of resources. We had the noun pioneer, which is a person who is the first to explore or develop something new. A pioneer. And we had the noun life support systems, which is a technology or equipment that helps people stay alive in extreme environments, such as space or underwater, or of course, in hospital when you are injured or undergoing surgery. Now, let's do this for pronunciation purposes. I'd like you to raise your voice up and repeat after me. Colony. Colony. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. Sustainable. Sustainable. Pioneer. Pioneer. Life support systems. Life support systems. Very good. All right, what adjective would you use to describe something that has never been done before? Unprecedented. Very good. And what noun would be a group of people living together in a specific area? A colony. Excellent. And if one person from that colony is the first to free climb a rock face that has never been climbed in that way before, and he uses a technique that has never been used for climbing before, what could you call this person? A pioneer. Very good. And if we are going to survive underwater, we're going to need equipment and technology that will keep us alive while we are exploring underwater. What are we going to call this collection of technology and equipment that keeps us alive? Life support systems. Yes, we'll need our life support systems to be checked before we go under. And finally, what adjective means that something is able to continue for a long time without causing harm to the environment or running out of resources? Sustainable. Very good. Okay, listen to our snapshot once again. The pioneers of the new Mars colony faced an unprecedented challenge when a failure in the life support systems threatened their survival. Determined to create a sustainable future, they worked tirelessly to repair the oxygen generators and water filters. Their success meant that future settlers would have a safer home on the Red Planet. Wonderful. Okay, we're about to head into my favourite part, and I want you to listen out for the target vocabulary as we go into story time. Captain Eleanor Hayes stood at the window of the command center staring out at the vast red desert of Mars. The colony, named New Horizon, was the first human settlement on the planet. The task before them was unprecedented: to create a sustainable home for future generations on a world that had never known human life. Eleanor had been one of the pioneers selected for the mission. She had trained for years. preparing herself for the challenges of surviving on Mars. The colony depended on its life support systems, which provided oxygen, water, and food. Without them, no one would last more than a few hours outside the main habitat. Despite the careful planning, problems had already happened. The solar panels that powered the base were struggling due to unexpected dust storms. Water extraction from the underground ice deposits was slower than expected. The colony was still in its early days, and every mistake was a matter of survival. A voice crackled through Eleanor's headset. "Captain, we have a situation in the greenhouse." Eleanor turned away from the window. "On my way." She hurried down the corridor, her boots clicking against the metal floor. The greenhouse was one of the most important parts of the colony. Without plants, they would not have fresh food or a way to recycle carbon dioxide into oxygen. She arrived to find Dr. Malik, the chief botanist, leaning beside a row of dying plants. He looked up, concern clear on his face. "The water pumps have stopped working," he said. "If we don't fix them soon, we'll lose half of our crops." Eleanor frowned. "What's causing it?" "We think it's a failure in the filtration system. The pipes may be blocked by Martian dust." Eleanor sighed. "Let's get the engineers on it immediately." The next few hours were tense. The engineers worked tirelessly to clean the system and restore water flow. Meanwhile, the team rationed water from emergency reserves to keep the most vital crops alive. As the crisis unfolded, Eleanor thought about the future of the colony. They had only been on Mars for 6 months, and already they had faced so many challenges. Still, they could not afford to fail. They were humanity's first steps towards living on another world. Finally, after hours of work, the pumps came back to life. Water trickled into the soil, and Dr. Malik smiled for the first time that day. Eleanor let out a breath of relief. "We need to find a way to stop this from happening again. We can't rely on temporary fixes." Dr. Malik nodded. "Agreed. We need a system that can clean itself, a more sustainable solution." Eleanor looked around at the team, seeing the exhaustion on their faces, but also the determination in their eyes. They were pioneers, building a future that had never existed before. "We'll find a way," she said firmly. "We have to." Outside, the red planet stretched into the horizon, waiting for them to prove that humans could call it home. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. I do hope you found it useful. If you did, I'd really appreciate if you took a second to leave a like, maybe even drop a comment if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're streaming on any other platform, then a rating or review would be greatly appreciated too. Until tomorrow, take very good care, and goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured, course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus the transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and fatten me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Thinks she's made a real success of herself, and she saw the potential in her own abilities when she was much younger. Okay, last on today's list is the adjective invaluable. Invaluable. We spell this I-N-V-A-L-U-A-B-L-E. Invaluable. Invaluable. Invaluable means something is extremely useful or extremely valuable. It's impossible to measure its worth. That's how valuable it is. It's invaluable. For example, if you have a mentor who gives you such amazing advice, who talks you out of doing very silly things, and gives you advice that leads to incredible success, but also gives you great personal insight and allows you to live a happy life. If that person is not just your mentor, but your friend, and is a shoulder to cry on whenever you need them, and is someone who makes you live your best life, then that friendship, that relationship is invaluable. Here's another example. The teacher's support was invaluable to the student's success. Okay, that's our 5. Let's do a quick recap. We started with the noun comfort zone. which is that situation where someone feels safe, at ease, and in control, with no stress or risk. Comfort zone. We had the verb embrace, which is to accept something willingly and with enthusiasm. Embrace. We had the noun personal fulfillment, which is a deep sense of satisfaction and happiness from achieving your personal goals or living a meaningful life. Personal fulfillment. We had the noun potential, which is the ability to develop, achieve, or succeed something in the future. Potential. And we had the adjective invaluable, which is something that is extremely useful or extremely valuable, something where it would be impossible to measure its worth. Invaluable. All right, it's time to raise up your voice. Please repeat after me. Comfort zone. Comfort zone. Embrace. Embrace. Personal fulfillment. Personal fulfillment. Potential.
Instrumental.
Potential. Invaluable. Invaluable. Fantastic. Right, now I'm going to test your memory. What verb would you use if I accept something willingly and with enthusiasm? What would you say I'm doing? Embrace. I'm embracing it. Yes. And it's good to embrace things, especially when it takes you out of a situation where you feel safe and at ease. What noun would you use to describe that situation where you feel safe and at ease? Comfort zone. Yes, that's the comfort zone. But I need to embrace stepping out of my comfort zone. And so do you when it comes to speaking English. To step out of the comfort zone. If I am giving up my job in a really boring factory, maybe all I do is stand on a production line and do the same job every day, but I have a great way with children and I should be in a classroom teaching children, and that's what I want to do. So I'm going to leave my job so that I can try and find more satisfaction and happiness in my life. What noun would we use to describe that deep sense of satisfaction that comes from living a meaningful life? Personal fulfillment. Yes, I'm leaving my factory job to try and get some form of personal fulfillment in my life, hopefully by becoming a teacher. And if you meet a young child who is wonderful when it comes to drawing, like really good, much better than her peers, and is able to bring ideas to life on paper, you would say that this person has the ability to achieve something quite special with their drawing in the future. What do they have? How would we describe this ability? They have potential. They have great potential when it comes to their drawing. And finally, if you want to describe something as being extremely valuable, extremely useful, what adjective would you use? Invaluable. Yes, invaluable. Very good. All right, listen to our snapshot once again. Let's see how it sounds the second time round. Standing at the edge of the stage, Liam knew he was far outside his comfort zone, but he was determined to embrace the challenge. This speech was not just about public speaking. It was about pushing himself towards personal fulfillment. He had always doubted his own potential, but the support of his mentor had been invaluable in building his confidence. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and began to speak. Okay, I want you to listen out for our items once again as we head into story time. Judith stood at the window of her small flat, watching raindrops race down the glass. 3 years at the same accounting firm. 3 years of the same routine, the same desk, the same colleagues, the same feeling of something missing. You look lost in thought, said Sylvia, a former university lecturer, as she placed a steaming cup of tea beside Judith. At 68, Sylvia had the kind of wisdom that came from a life fully lived. The lines around her eyes spoke of both joy and hardship overcome. I feel stuck, Judith admitted, turning away from the window. Everyone says I should be grateful for a stable job in this economy, but it's killing your spirit, Sylvia finished for her. She nodded, surprised at how easily Sylvia understood. You've always played it safe, Judith. There's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes our comfort zone becomes a prison. Judith sipped her tea, letting the words sink in. What would you do? Sylvia smiled. It's not about what I would do. It's about what you've always wanted to do. Travel right in, she whispered, almost afraid to say it aloud. I've dreamed of it since I was young. And what's stopping you? Security, money, fear of failure. She listed her reasons rapidly. What if I'm not good enough? Sylvia leaned forward. You were one of my best students, Judith. Your potential is enormous, and you've never given yourself the chance to reach it. She reached for her worn leather bag and pulled out a book. Remember this? It was Judith's final university project, a collection of travel essays from her term abroad in Portugal. You were so proud of it, but you never pursued writing further, Sylvia recalled. I lost confidence, Judith admitted. I thought my work wasn't special enough to make a career from it. That's a tragedy, Sylvia said gently. Your writing had such passion and insight. I've kept your essays all these years because they reminded me why I became a teacher. Judith felt tears forming. Why tell me this now? Because I see you settling for less than you deserve. Sylvia looked her in the eye. Life's too short not to embrace who you truly are. That night, after Sylvia left, Judith reread her old essays. They weren't perfect, but there was passion in every word. She thought about Sylvia's advice, so simple yet so invaluable. The next morning, she handed in her notice at work. 6 months later, Judith sat on a balcony in Barcelona, finalizing her first paid article for a travel magazine. The journey hadn't been easy. There were nights of doubt and moments of panic about money, but each time she captured a new place in words, she felt a sense of personal fulfillment that no paycheck had ever given her. Her phone buzzed with a message from Sylvia. How's the view from outside that comfort zone? Judith smiled as she looked out at the city below, its streets coming alive with morning light. She typed back. Terrifying. Wonderful. Everything I needed. Sometimes the hardest changes brought the greatest rewards. And sometimes all it took was one person who believed in you before you could believe in yourself. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. I do hope you found it useful. But if you want to get more out of your listening experience, then consider joining the Plus membership, where you can answer interactive questions based on the episodes, as well as practice your own writing using the target vocabulary and receive feedback. I'll leave details in the show notes. Until tomorrow, take very good care. And goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured, course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus the transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and fatten me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Hello and welcome to the English Like a Native podcast. My name is Anna and you're listening to Week 12, Day 1 of Your English 5-a-Day. The second season. This series gives you a healthy daily dose of English vocabulary so that you can, slowly but surely, start to feel more like yourself when communicating in English. So let's begin, as we always do, with a snapshot of what's to come. As Marcia stood before the interview panel, her posture was stiff, revealing her nervousness. She was dreading the intense grilling she was about to face, knowing they would question her thoroughly. Feeling like a bundle of nerves, she took a deep breath and began to elaborate on her previous job responsibilities. Meanwhile, the panel members dissected every detail of her answers, analysing whether she was the right fit for the position. Okay, time to dive deep into our vocabulary, starting with the verb Dissect. Dissect. We spell this D-I-S-S-E-C-T. Dissect. To dissect something is to carefully examine or analyze something. C-T. Dissect. Dissect. We spell this D-I-S-S-E-C-T. Dissect. To dissect something is to carefully examine or analyze something in great detail. So here is an example sentence. She spent hours dissecting the novel's themes for her literature essay. So it's like really pulling something apart so you can see all the individual parts that make the whole. Really looking at something, essay. So it's like really pulling. Here is an example sentence. She spent hours dissecting.
She spent hours dissecting
the novel's themes for her
novels.
Literalize something in great detail. So here is an example sentence. She spent hours dissecting the novel's themes for her literature essay. Detail. So here is an example sentence. She spent hours dissecting the novel's themes for her literature essay. So it's like really pulling something apart so you can see all the individual parts that make the whole. Really looking at something in great detail. If somebody is arguing for something and you are on the other side of the debate, you're arguing against it, then you would dissect their argument. You will carefully examine their argument, looking at all the details in order to find something that you can counter-argue, something that is weak, something you can fight against. Next we have the noun posture. Posture. We spell this P-O-S-T-U-R-E. Posture. Posture. Posture refers to the way someone holds their body while standing, sitting, or moving. We often talk about good posture or having bad posture. One thing that you have to be careful of when sitting at your desk all day, if you have an office job or a desk-based job, is your posture. If you have bad posture for 8 hours every day, then it can lead to lots of problems, pain, and issues with your muscles, your spine. It's very problematic. Something I'm having to deal with on a daily basis because I'm now confined to my office most days. So I invested in a standing desk, and I have to remind myself to stand up every now and again so that I can correct my posture. Here's another example. She adjusted her posture before the job interview to appear more confident. Next we have the noun grilling. Grilling. We spell this G-R-I-L-L-I-N-G. Grilling. Grilling. A grilling is a period of intense questioning, often to challenge or test someone. For example, if you are suspected of committing a crime, the police or the detectives will give you a grilling. They'll subject you to a grilling. They will sit you down and give you lots of questions, one after the other, to try to find clues as to what the truth may be. They give you a grilling.
She spent hours dissecting novels.
After coming home late, he got a grilling from his parents. When was the last time you got a grilling? Next, we have the verb elaborate.
Elaborate.
Elaborate. We spell this E-L-A-B-O-R-A-T-E. Elaborate. Elaborate. To elaborate is to explain something in more detail, or to add more information. So you give someone an explanation, but they might not be satisfied. They might want more detail from you. So they might say, please elaborate. Tell me more about what you just said. For example, if you are in an interview and you say, I have fantastic delegation skills, I'm really good at delegating. your potential new employer may be interested in that, but not satisfied that they understand enough. So they might say, please elaborate. So tell me more.
So
tell me how you delegate. Give me examples. Please elaborate. Here is another example. Could you elaborate on your idea so we can understand it better? Alright, next and last on the list today is to be a bag of nerves. Or you may hear bundle of nerves. A bundle of nerves. We spell this bundle, B-U-N-D-L-E, bundle of O-F, nerves, N-E-R-V-E-S. A bundle of nerves. If you are a bag or a bundle of nerves, then you're a person who is very anxious, worried, or nervous. Now, this isn't a permanent state. This is something that you might just feel in one particular moment. So you may be generally a confident person, but in one particular point in time, you could be a bag of nerves. For example, when I was on the operating table waiting my C-section to give birth to my first son, I was a bundle of nerves. I was so nervous about becoming a mother. I was so nervous about meeting my first child, in a good way, but I was nervous about the operation. I was nervous about this big, huge moment that I'd waited most of my life for, that I'd always imagined it was about to arrive. So at that point, I was a bundle of nerves. When would you say that you have been a bag of nerves or a bundle of nerves? What was the thing that caused you to feel so nervous? Here's another example. Before his big speech, he was a bag of nerves. Okay, so that's our 5. Let's do a quick recap. We started with the verb dissect, which is to carefully examine or analyze something in great detail. Dissect. We had the noun posture, which is the way you hold your body while standing, sitting, or moving. Your posture. We had the noun grilling, which is that period of intense questioning, often to challenge or test someone. A grilling. We had the verb elaborate, which is to explain something in more detail, to add more information. Elaborate. We had the idiom a bag of nerves, or a bundle of nerves, which describes a person who, in a moment, is very anxious, worried, or nervous. A bag of nerves. Now it's your turn to speak up, so please raise your voice and repeat after me.
Boys.
Dissect. Dissect. Posture. Posture. Grilling. Grilling. Elaborate. Elaborate. A bag of nerves. A bundle of nerves. Alright, let's test your knowledge now. What would you say I was doing if I'm explaining something in more detail, if I'm adding more information? I am elaborating. Very good. And if I subject you to a period of intense questioning, what would you call that period? A grilling. Yes, I'm giving you a grilling. Fantastic. If I want you to carefully examine something in great detail, what might I ask you to do? What verb? Dissect. I want you to dissect this story and take as much information as you can from it. And if I'm sitting at my desk with my shoulders hunched and my head hung over and my back arched, what noun would we use when talking about the way I hold my body? My posture. Yes, we're talking about my terrible posture, my very bad posture. Finally, you have asked me to do a live dance routine on TikTok, and I'm really out of my comfort zone here. I'm scared, I'm full of nerves, I'm very anxious and worried about it. What idiom could we use to describe how I'm feeling at that moment? A bag or a bundle of nerves. Very, very good. Okay, let me revisit the snapshot and see how it feels the second time round. As Marcia stood before the interview panel, her posture was stiff, revealing her nervousness. She was dreading the intense grilling she was about to face, knowing they would question her thoroughly. Feeling like a bundle of nerves, she took a deep breath and began to elaborate on her previous job responsibilities. Meanwhile, the panel members dissected every detail of her answers, analysing whether she was the right fit for the position. Fantastic! Let's now move in to my favourite part of the episode. Listen out for our target vocabulary as we go into story time. Kamal stood outside the interview room, a complete bundle of nerves. His hands shook as he fixed his tie one last time. For months he had been looking for a job, and now he finally had an interview with a company he really wanted to work for. Just breathe, he whispered to himself, trying to calm down. Ms. Gorman, the team leader, opened the door. "We're ready for you, Mr. Patel." Kamal walked in, careful about his posture. His friends had told him how important it was to look confident, even when feeling scared. He put his folder on the table and looked at the 3 people who would decide if he got the job. "Please sit down," said Ms. Gorman. Kamal started talking about his work history. The first 10 minutes went well, but then the hard questions began. "I want to dissect your computer skills," Mr. Jenkins said, leaning forward. "Why did you use these computer programs in your last job?" Kamal felt sweat on his forehead. This was the beginning of the grilling he had worried about. "I chose them for 3 reasons," he replied, happy that his voice sounded calmer than he felt. "They work well for big projects, they don't cost too much, and they work with the systems the company already had." Mr. Jenkins nodded, writing something down. Next came Dr. Zhang, known for asking difficult questions. "Could you elaborate on how you work with other people? The way you talk about meeting deadlines seems strange." Kamal took a sip of water to give himself time to think. He opened his folder to show examples of his work. "It works better than it sounds," he explained, pointing to a simple chart. "After I started my way of working, the team finished 20% more work and projects were done about 2 weeks faster." The questions went on for over an hour. Kamal felt like they were looking at every detail of his work life. His shoulders were tight, but he kept sitting up straight. Finally, Ms. Gorman said, "Please wait outside while we talk." The 10 minutes Kamal spent in the hallway felt very long. He thought about all his answers, wondering if he made mistakes. When the door opened, he couldn't tell what Ms. Gorman was thinking. "Mr. Patel," she said in a serious voice. Then she smiled. "We want to offer you the job. Well done." Kamal felt a great sense of relief. He had done it. "Your answers were very good," Dr. Zhang said. "You did very well in the interview." As Kamal picked up his folder, he noticed his hands weren't shaking anymore. His feelings of nervousness had changed into pride. After months of trying and many rejections, he had finally got the job he wanted. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. I do hope you found today useful. If you did, then I'd appreciate if you leave a like if you're watching on YouTube, or a rating or review if you're streaming on any other platform. Until tomorrow, take very good care, and goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured, course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus the transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and back me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Hello and welcome to the English Like a Native podcast, the listening resource for intermediate to advanced level English learners. My name is Anna, and today we are describing people who are tough.
Yes.
Well, in particular, we're using one phrase, which is to be as tough as nails. Now, this is a simile. A simile. A simile is when you compare two things using as and as. So, something is as, and then adjective, as, and then the thing you're comparing it to. So you might say, she is as cold as ice. He is as cute as a button. So as and as. The phrase we're focusing on is to be as tough as nails. Now, is this complimentary or not? What do you think? To be as tough
Second.
as nails. Well, it depends what kind of nail we're talking about, first of all. We are not talking about the nails on the tips of our fingers, the things that we have to regularly trim and shape, sometimes paint. Do you paint your nails? I'm not one for painting my nails. I don't see the point. It's lovely when I paint my nails, but they chip instantly because I use my hands a lot. I'm always washing up and doing DIY, and I'm too hands-on around the house, so painting my nails for me is a waste. But we're not talking about those kinds of nails. We're talking about the thin pieces of metal that we hammer into wood, or we maybe hammer into the wall, into brickwork, in order to... Actually, I don't think you put a nail into brickwork. Scrap that. Into plaster. You can hammer a nail into plaster. And you do that in order to hang pictures, perhaps, or decorations, lights. You might hammer a nail into a fence panel to help to hold it in place. So that's the kind of nail we're talking about. And to be tough as a nail, as tough as a nail, it means you're strong. It means you are resilient. That you can go through hard times and come out strong and unbroken. And I think that's a compliment. Because the opposite of that is to be weak and easily broken. And that's not a good thing, right? So I would say that being described as tough as nails is complimentary. And I would actually use that phrase to describe my mother, especially when she was younger. My mother was a very tough and resilient person. She went through some really hard times, some really tough times, and came out fighting, came out strong. And I admired her resilience. Now, let's talk about the pronunciation. Tough. It uses that really bizarre spelling. We have T-O-U-G-H. O-U-G-H. We just pronounce it as uff. O-U-G-H. Uff. In this example. So it's tough. It could easily be spelled T-U-F. That's how it sounds. Tough. So don't let the spelling confuse you. As tough as nails. As tough as nails. Now, another version of the same simile is to be as hard as nails. As hard as nails. Hard. H-A-R-D. This is the same simile. It's the same comparison. Hard being tough and strong. But, personally, I sense a slight difference. I would say that a fighter is as hard as nails. If I describe anyone as being as hard as nails, I think they can fight. Maybe this was because of my experience as a child. This phrase was often used to describe the person you did not want to have a fight with. And actually, we would simply say that someone was hard. He's well hard. He's well hard is what we're trying to say. That means that they are very tough and that they can punch hard and you can punch them and it won't hurt them. That's what being hard meant to me growing up. So to say that someone is as hard as nails means they are a strong fighter. So I would describe a wrestler or a boxer as being as hard as nails. But I would describe someone who is generally resilient and tough, like my mum. I wouldn't describe her as hard as nails. I'd say she is as tough as nails. She is tough. She can withstand difficult things. Okay, so they do mean the same thing, but there is, at least for me, that slight difference in usage. So, who would you describe as being as tough as nails? And who would you describe as being as hard as nails? Now, I mentioned my mum. The thing is, I actually used this phrase, as tough as nails, in a recent listicle video where I listed a number of really great common phrases that we would use to describe our mothers. Why did I do that? Well, because it's going to be Mother's Day shortly. We have Mother's Day in the UK on the 4th Sunday of Lent, I believe it is. So it changes every year, but it's usually before Easter. And I know it's at a different time of the year to other parts of the world. So we normally celebrate in March, our Mothering Sunday. And so now it's time, if you're living in the UK, to think about celebrating your mum. So how would you describe your mum? In fact, I'm going to recommend that if you have 10 minutes, that you head over to YouTube and watch that video that will give you a whole range of useful descriptive phrases that you could use to describe your mum, but other people in general too. So I'll leave the link to that video in the show notes and I hope that you will enjoy it. Now, that is all from me today. I do hope you found this episode useful. Until next time, take very good care and goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured, course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus the transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and fatten me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Hello and welcome to the English Like a Native podcast. My name is Anna and you're listening to week 11, day 5 of More English 5 a Day, the second season. This is the series that gives you a healthy daily dose of English vocabulary so that you can, slowly but surely, feel more like yourself when communicating in English. Now let's begin, as we always do, with a snapshot of what's to come. Listen very carefully. Trapped in a cycle of doom and gloom, Rory began doom-scrolling uncontrollably late into the night, clicking through devastating news stories for the sake of it. His friends worried he was becoming callous, more interested in consuming tragedy than feeling empathy for the people behind the headlines. Eventually, he realized that his obsessive scrolling was doing nothing to help the world, and everything to destroy his own peace of mind.
Reiterate.
Right, let's not waste a second, but dive straight into our first idiom, which is doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. 3 words, doom, D-O-O-M, and gloom, G-L-O-O-M. Doom and gloom. You may, on occasion, hear someone say gloom and doom, but it's usually doom first. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom is a general feeling of having lost all hope and a sense of pessimism. So if you suffer with SAD, which is the disorder where you feel depressed over the winter, then you might head into December and January with this sense of doom and gloom. Someone might say to you, "Don't go near Anna, she's all doom and gloom today." She has a general feeling of having lost all hope. But it's okay, because it's the spring, and it's no longer doom and gloom. It's all rainbows and sunshine. Okay, so here's an example sentence using doom and gloom. Some people always see life as doom and gloom, but I prefer to stay optimistic. Have you ever gone through a time in your life where it's all been doom and gloom? Okay, let's move on to a slightly related noun, and that is doom scrolling. It's all one word, doom scrolling. We spell it D-O-O-M-S-C-R-O-L-L-I-N-G. Doom scrolling. Doom scrolling is the activity of spending a lot of time looking at your phone or computer and reading bad and negative news stories. Like you become addicted and you can't stop looking at it, and when one finishes you scroll down to the next and the next and the next. It happens to all of us, you get sucked in. So at some point, I imagine that you've done some doom scrolling. Here's an example sentence. I had to take a break from social media because doom scrolling was making me feel overwhelmed. Okay, next we have another idiom, and it is for the sake of it. For the sake of it. For the sake of it. Now, for is F-O-R. The sake we spell S-A-K-E, of it. Now, when you say this fast, for the sake of it, for tends to become a weakened version, and it sounds like f. So you say for the sake of it.
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 For the sake of it means for no particular reason. So if you do something for the sake of it, then you do it for no reason. So if you build a beautiful block tower, you're playing with the children and you get carried away and you build your own little tower of bricks, and I say, oh, that's lovely. And then you head out of the room for a moment and I just knock down your tower or your wall or whatever you've built, and you come back and say, why did you do that? And I say, well, I just did it for the sake of it. Don't know why, really. I did it for no reason. I just did it. I did it for the sake of it. Or if we are having a meal at a fancy restaurant, and at the end of the meal, I start gathering all the plates and scraping all the leftovers into a pile and basically clearing the table, and I get up to take the plates to the kitchen. The waiter says, oh, why did you do that? Oh, I was just clearing up for the sake of it. I didn't know what else to do. I did it for no particular reason. I just did it because it needed doing. Here's an example sentence. He started an argument for the sake of it, even though there was nothing to fight about. Okay, next we have the idiom callous. Callous. We spell this C-A-L-L-O-U-S. You say, oh, that's lovely. And then you head out of the room for a moment, and I just knock down your tower, or your wall, whatever you've built, and you come back and say, why did you do that? And I say, well, I just did it for the sake of it. Don't know why, really. I did it for no reason. I just did it. I did it for the sake of it. Or if we are having a meal at a fancy restaurant, and at the end of the meal, I start gathering all the plates and scraping all the leftovers into a pile and basically clearing the table, and I get up to take the plates to the kitchen. The waiter says, oh, why did you do that? Oh, I was just clearing up for the sake of it. I didn't know what else to do. I did it for no particular reason. I just did it because it needed doing. Here's an example sentence. He started an argument for the sake of it, even though there was nothing to fight about. Okay, next we have the idiom callous. Callous. We
Callous.
spell this C-A-L-L-O-U-S. Callous. If someone is described as callous, then it means that they're not caring about other people's feelings, about their pain or their problems. So imagine a child has lost their parents. A child is lost and scared and alone. Someone has found the child and is trying to calm the child down and make them feel relaxed, while they then go about trying to find the parents. And in order to help calm the child, they give the child some snacks, a bag of crisps perhaps, trying to find the parents. And in order to help calm the child, they give the child some snacks, a bag of crisps perhaps, or a bagel or a pastry. It doesn't matter. They give the child a snack to make the child feel better. But then a callous person comes along and looks at the child with the snacks, can see the child is visibly upset and scared, but fancies the snack themselves, and they go, ah, you've got a nice looking pastry there. Don't mind if I do. And the child and callous, then it means that they're not caring about other people's feelings, about their pain or their problems. So imagine a child has lost their parents. A child is lost and scared and alone. Someone has found the child and is trying to calm the child down and make them feel relaxed, while they then go about trying to find the parents. And in order to help calm the child, they give the child some snacks, a bag of crisps perhaps, or a bagel or a pastry. It doesn't matter. They give the child a snack to make the child feel better. But then a callous person comes along and looks at the child with the snacks, can see the child is visibly upset and scared, but fancies the snack themselves, and they go, ah, you've got a nice looking pastry there. Don't mind if I do. And they pick up the pastry and they eat it. They don't even ask the child if they can share the pastry. They just take the pastry away from a crying child and they eat it. That's not kind, but it's particularly callous when you can see that the child is scared and probably hungry. That's a very callous thing to do. Here is another example of callous.
Callous.
His callous remarks about the accident shocked everyone. So if you say something that's rather unfeeling, uncaring about something bad that happened to somebody, then that could be described as callous. Okay, moving on to an adverb now, and it is uncontrollably. Uncontrollably. We spell this U-N-C-O-N-T-R-O-L-L-A-B-L-Y. Uncontrollably. Uncontrollably. If something happens uncontrollably, then it happens in a way that you cannot control or prevent. So if a child is crying uncontrollably, or an adult, it sometimes happens when an adult is particularly upset, they might be crying uncontrollably. Nothing can stop them from crying. I've certainly been in that situation once or twice in my life when I've been deeply, deeply upset about something, and even though at the time I was in a public place, I couldn't help but break down and cry uncontrollably. So nothing that anyone said or did or whatever I was thinking, I couldn't control my tears. So I was crying uncontrollably. On a lighter note, you might laugh uncontrollably. So here's an example sentence. She laughed uncontrollably at the joke, even though it wasn't that funny. Oh, that reminds me. Many years ago, I was sitting at a table in a Chinese restaurant. We were celebrating the end of a very long period of rehearsals. This was back when I was acting for a living. And it was me and my team that I worked with and our director. We were out for this meal. And something tickled me. It wasn't even that someone told a joke. Something I was thinking just tickled me. So it was almost like an internal joke that no one else was party to. And it tickled me. And I started laughing uncontrollably. I was in hysterics. I was crying with laughter. And everyone just sat there completely shocked. They had no idea what was wrong with me. And I started to get really embarrassed because I couldn't stop laughing. It was very unusual. Anyway, let's now recap our 5. We started with the idiom doom and gloom, which is that general feeling of having lost all hope and feeling of pessimism. Then we had the noun doom scrolling, which is the activity of spending lots of time looking at your phone or computer and reading bad or negative stories. Doom scrolling. We had the idiom for the sake of it, which is used to describe doing something for no particular reason. You do it for the sake of it. We had the adjective callous, which means that you're not caring about people's feelings or their pain or problems. Callous. And we had the adverb uncontrollably, which describes something happening in a way that you cannot control or prevent. Uncontrollably. Now it's your turn to raise your voice up and repeat after me for the sake of working on your pronunciation. Listen and repeat. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. Doom scrolling. Doom scrolling. For the sake of it. For the sake of it. Callous. Callous. Uncontrollably. Uncontrollably. Very good. So what's the idiom that I would use when I want to describe a feeling of pessimism, a feeling of having lost all hope? Doom and gloom. Very good. And if I do something for no particular reason, what idiom could I use now? I do it for the sake of it. Yes, for the sake of it. If I do something that shows that I'm not very caring, particularly about other people's pains and feelings, what adjective would you use to describe me in that moment? Callous. Yes, Anna, you're behaving in a very callous way. And when you tell me that I'm callous, I suddenly start laughing in a way that cannot be controlled or prevented. I'm just laughing like a crazy, crazy woman. What adverb would you use to describe my laughing in that moment? Uncontrollably. I am laughing uncontrollably like a mad villain. And all this comes from the fact that I've spent days endlessly looking at my phone and reading negative news stories. What noun can we use here for the activity of looking at negative stuff? Doom scrolling. Yes. I've turned into an evil, crazy villain because I've been doom scrolling for days on end. And now I'm doing callous things for the sake of it, laughing uncontrollably and creating doom and gloom wherever I go. There we go. All right, listen to our snapshot once again and let's see how it feels the second time round. Trapped in a cycle of doom and gloom, Rory began doom scrolling uncontrollably late into the night, clicking through devastating news stories for the sake of it. His friends worried he was becoming callous, more interested in consuming tragedy than feeling empathy for the people behind the headlines. Eventually, he realized that his obsessive scrolling was doing nothing to help the world, and everything to destroy his own peace of mind. Okay, now I want you to listen out for our items today as we head into story time. Preeti stared at her phone, her thumb moving automatically across the screen. Another news article, another tragedy, another reason to feel overwhelmed. The world seemed full of doom and gloom, and she couldn't stop herself from consuming every last terrible detail. It had started innocently enough. When the
1,000 yen from the ATM. Could you answer this questionnaire? Cheese is made from milk. This spoon is made of wood. The group is made up of 4 students. We make old things into new products. She made up her mind to work harder. I make a point of reading the Bible before going to bed. He made great progress in speaking English. I came across my old friend in a bookstore. Her dream of becoming a teacher finally came true. After a few minutes, she came to herself. Paul came to like natto after living in Japan. The party came off as we planned. Come to think of it, I did see her. How did you come by these tickets? He went on walking in the forest. She went on to write several novels. Cheese is made from milk. This spoon is made of wood. Potatoes is made up of 4 students. Wood. This spoon is made of wood. The group is made up of 4 students. We make old things into new products. She made up her mind to work harder. I make a point of reading the Bible before going to bed. He made great progress in speaking English. She made up her mind to work harder. I make a point of reading the Bible before going to bed. He made great progress in speaking English. I came across my old friend in a bookstore. Her dream of becoming a teacher finally came true. After a few minutes, she came to herself. Paul came to like natto after living in Japan. The party came off as we planned. Come to think of it, I did see her. How did you come by these tickets? He went on walking in the forest. She went on to write several novels. Please go on with your work. They went shopping at the shopping mall. She went through a hard time. Bananas go bad quickly in summer. The fans went wild when their team scored the winning goal. Matters went from bad to worse. Go ahead with the work right now. We went over the plan several times. Do you think these shoes go with this dress? He went out of his way to help me while I was sick. I've been on the go all day. I've been on the go. Can you give me a hand with this desk? I'll give you a call at about 7. Anne gave birth to a baby boy. I gave up my plan to study abroad to write several novels. Please go on with your work. They went shopping at the shopping mall. She went through a hard time. Bananas go bad quickly in summer. The fans went wild when their team scored the winning goal. Matters went from bad to worse. Go ahead with the work right now. We went over the plan several times. Do you think these shoes go with this dress? The plan several times. Do you think these shoes go with this dress? He went out of his way to help me while I was sick. He went out of his way to help me while I was sick. I've been on me while I was. He went out of his way to help me while I was sick. I've been on the go all day. I've been on the go. I've been on the go all day. I've been on the go all the day. I've been on the go all day. I'll give you a call at about 7. Anne gave birth to a boy. I gave my friend to study abroad. He never gives in easily. She gave way to temptation. Given a typhoon, you should stay home. Our Our teacher gave out the test papers.
Don't give away a secret.
His
His
careless
words
words
gave
gave
rise to
misunderstandings.
misunderstandings.
The
The
river
river
gave off a terrible smell.
gave off.
Who is taking stand? Give me a hand with this desk. I'll give you a
Give
call
them.
at about 7. Anne gave birth to a baby boy. I gave up my plan to study abroad. He never gives in easily. She gave way to temptation.
Gave away to.
Given a typhoon is coming, you should stay home. Our teacher gave out the test papers.
Give out.
Don't give away our secret. His careless words gave rise to misunderstandings. The river gave off a terrible smell. Who is taking care of the dog? My father wants me to take over his business. About 40 students took part in the volunteer activity. It takes me about 20 minutes to get to work. My mother took it for granted that I would go to college. Just take it easy and relax. I took the woman for Mike's mother. I left my wallet behind at the restaurant. This kind of product leaves a lot to be desired.
Are you hungry? じゃなくて You are hungry でも違和感なく通じるんでしょうか。お腹空いてる You are hungry だけど You are hungry ってビール無理やり上げに行くってYou are hungry? You are hungry? You're hungry? 通じる通じます。通じます。全然通じます。
その最後にあげると、ああ、なんか空いてるっていうのは相手は分かる。
わかる。まあ、語尾さえあげれば疑問っぽいもんね。
はい。Are you hungry? You are hungry? まあ、Are you hungry の方が使いますね。
いいけど、でも、You are hungry って言っちゃった時は、You are hungry 急にあげればいい。
まあ、そうですよね。
それよりも、
スラングがありますね。
サービン。
Are you hungry? の時に、are 消して、You hungry? っていう、そういう人もいますね。
あ、いる。
You hungry? Tired? とか、それを聞くときに、言うだけで、スラングとして使います。
なるほど。じゃあ、こっちはもっと簡単。
あんだけスマッ
ルビーちゃん、はーい。何が好き？チョコミントよりもあなた。あゆむちゃん、はーい。何が好き？ストロベリーフレーバーよりもあなた。チキちゃん、はーい。何が好き？クッキー&クリームよりもあなた。ルビーちゃん、はーい。ルビーちゃん、はーい。何が好き？チョコミントよりもあなた。これが正しい土下座のやり方か。
ピックはつまんだものを上に持ち上げるから拾うんです。で、今回もさすがにゴミ拾いとは違いますけど、帰り際にプレゼントを拾って持ってってくれよと。そっから、ちょっと、ほぼ同じですけど、手に入れると。もしくは、買うなんていうのもトイックでよく出ますね。ちょっとスーパー行ってくるけど、何かピックアップしてこようかと。だから全部もともとは拾うなんだと。あとは、例えばよく出るのが車に乗せる。この辺はなんとなくわかりますよね。駅前で人を拾うと、そこから車に乗せると。あとは、ちょっと難しいからついでですけど、知識を身につけると。フランスに留学したと。で、フランス語ってこうやんだって、その場その場で知識を拾いながら身につけるからピックアップ。ピックアップフレンチって言ったらフランス語を身につけると。大事なことは、ピックアップ、I'm in the hospital.
ル
おひろしさんお疲れ。風呂です。風呂に行きます。そのコタの散歩行ってて、風呂に行きます。 あー、涼しい。
いや、涼しい。それでお疲れ。飯です、今から。今風呂入ってきた。さて、
今週はこの分野で苦戦。Pandemic began, she wanted to stay informed.
いただきます。
Then came the economic challenges, political unrest, and environmental disasters. Each swipe brought another disturbing image, another heart-wrenching story. Scrolling had become an
2時間ぐらい
At first, Preeti
時間あ
told
る
herself she was being responsible. I need to know what's happening.
何しようかな、今日は。
But deep down, she recognized something else was driving her.
うん、うまい。
Sometimes she was scrolling simply for the sake of it, her fingers moving uncontrollably across the screen, even when she knew it was making her anxious. Her friends had noticed the change.
ちょっと量多いかもしれない。やっぱりな。
You seem different, she'd said, her eyes filled with concern. Always distracted, always looking at your phone. Preeti knew she was right. Her nights were spent doom scrolling instead of sleeping. Her mornings began with news alerts. Her lunch breaks consumed by endless feeds of global misery. She was afraid that if she stopped paying attention,
気分の浮き沈みがエグかったな。まあ今日の振り返りなんですけど。まず何と言っても、ファーストボール。ファーストオブオール。モンストでブチ切れた。あれはゴミ切れである。やばかったな。ほんまごいな。でもだるい話だがもうこれで終わり。で、モンストでブチ切れて、けど、仕事の研修を行って、合奏みたいな。ちゃんと行って、帰り本屋さん寄って、うまい。まあ、
begun to shine.
買いたい本2冊見つけました。
If you did find this useful in any way, I would hugely appreciate if you take just a moment to leave a like if you're watching on YouTube, or to leave a rating or review via whichever streaming platform you're consuming this podcast. Until next time, take very good care and goodbye. Do you love the 5-a-day series? Well, you can take your learning further now with Podcast Plus. Now the most recent episodes are available in a structured, course-style format that helps you to make your listening experience more active. There's an interactive quiz available for every episode, plus a transcript and an opportunity for you to complete a writing task to share with fellow Podcast Plus members. All this is available for the price of a monthly cuppa and a packet of biscuits. So if you want to level up your English and fatten me up with all those biscuits, then join Podcast Plus today. I'll leave a link in the show notes. Hello and welcome to the English Like a Native podcast. My name is Anna and you're listening to week 11, day 4 of Your English 5-a-day, second season. With this series, I aim to give you a healthy, daily dose of English vocabulary so that step by step, bit by bit, podcast by podcast episode, you are building your English vocabulary and feeling more confident and more like yourself when communicating in English. Now, today's episode is all on the topic of dreams. So I'm going to start with a little snapshot, see if there's anything here you don't understand. After experiencing the same nightmare 3 nights in a row, Maria realized this recurring dream was her subconscious trying to tell her something important.
本屋さん行って、英語めっちゃやったの。最近イディオマティックやってて、イディオマの3週目を全然回しきれてないから、いやマジでこれちょっと、日常のリズム変えなあかんなと思って、とりあえず朝起きて、イディオマティック300って10問ずつが、1セットで30日分ね。デイ30まであるから、1日10問やるから、まあ、そう起きてまずイディオマ10問やるみたいな。でも1日10問のペースやったら、今3週目やからさ、1日10問のペースやったら遅いから、まあ2つ、3つやったりとかね。で、今で Day 15超えたから、あと半分。今月中には絶対3週する。ほんで、まあ、イディオマが最近のタスクで、優先タスクで、かつ、動きをさ、マジで3ヶ月後の英検1級に向けてやってるから、まあ何単語もしっかりやけど、熟語が全然ほんまに終わってるから、自分の中で。熟語を回すためにちょっとデータベースまた引っ張り出してきて、データベースやったりとか、あとは積上級単語ね。今画面載ってるのが、結果ですけど、これで言ったら、まあ、バジェット、積単語の話だけするか、先。これなんよね。これ。ランプポスト。街灯柱。これは積単語で出たランプポスト。覚えたね。まあ、特に難しいことはないかなっていう。感じですね。ほんで、フックオン、何でやったっけな。ちょっとね、いや、これやったんや。絶対やったんや。やったんやけど、もうことは、探して。
探したんだ。どれや？どうやったっけ？石炭号やったっけな。石炭号でピックアップってやったっけな。いや、ないということは、いや B でやるのか。いや、ないね。ないからおこた。ないから、席ではないから、医療前やな、そうしたら。違うか、なんで見たんやったっけな。うわ、おこたないわ。何で見たんやろ。おじゃん。フックオン、何で見たっけな。なんかで見たんやけど。あ、おこちゃん。探して。おこちゃん。何やったかな。なんかあるんかな、これ。ね。いや、咳っぽいけどな。まあいいや。うん。絶対咳や。思い出した。右下の方に、いや、違うわ。違うかったわ。なおこちゃん。違いましたね。なおこちゃん。おこちゃん。うん。何で見たったかな。そうやろ、高さんってすごいやろ。天才やねん。まあいいや。なんかだったらまあでも合ってるからいいね。で、バジェット。これは、バジェットは、まさに、おこちゃん。トーイック単語やな、バジェットな。なあ、おこちゃん。そうそうそう。バジェットはトーイック単語やね。で、バジェット知らんかったらもう、今すぐにバジェットを覚えるレベルで必要だからな。トーイックやるんやったらな。足舐めても何も出ません。やめてください。べちゃべちゃにするのは。で、エクステントは、まあ広さ、大きさ、範囲とか意味があんねんけど、これは、ちょっと、初級レベルを超える内容やから、あれやねんけど、to some extent っていう使い方があって、まあ、ある程度まではね、みたいな。to some extent っていう使い方があって、まあ、ある程度は、みたいな。で、to some extent which とか、関係代名詞使ってなんか文作るみたいな。のもある。Kindle は超上級載ってた。シンセシスは、何にも載ってるのまだ見たことはないけど、もしかすると、究極ボル3とかに載ってるかもしれへんね。ボル4、ボル3に載ってるかもしれんけど、僕 SAO 知ってるから、アリスシンセシス30、ここでね、アリスシンセシス、有事用シンセシス、統合されてる。だから知ってるってだけ。 ジュビリー。ジュビリーはこれ超上級やったな。ジュビリー超上級。これ間違えてるから知らん。まあ、スウェティは汗やね。スウェット汗やからね。うん。はいはいはい。まあ、みたいな感じかな。はい。ですね。NEXT one。おー、マスターレベル。13,000か14000。これね、プロゼイク。プロゼイクです。プロゼイク。プロゼイクは3分の。ごめん、ちょっと忘れてました。忘れてたけど、発音だけは覚えてる。プロゼイク。プロサイクじゃないね。プロゼイクね。意味、発音だけは覚えてるから絶対やってる。これはね、ああいうやつやったな。プロゼイク。で、ライフスパンは寿命ということで、まあ、期間やからね、ピリオド。ね。期間、during which something is functional。何かが機能している、ファンクション、機能ね。ファンクショナルで形容詞だから機能している。何かが機能している間の期間ですよ。で、as between birth and death だから、まあ、生まれてから死ぬまでの間ってことね。アズマティック。アズマティックは全速のって意味で、まあ形容詞。だけど、まあ、アズマ、ね。この、アズマ、TIC を抜いたらアズマ。これで全速っていう症状よ。全速。うん。オピニオネイティドは分からなかったけど、オピニオンが意見やから、意見っぽいのないかなって探したら、まあ、4番目。自説って書いてあるからね。ああ、これ自分の意見やろなっていう。まあ、それで当たる。P、発音すら分からんからこれ分からん。知らないね。ルーシット。済んだ。サグはね、これはキクタン990に載ってたね。で、サグは、まあ、タワム下がるって書いてあるから、なんかその株価が下落するとかね。サギングとか。なんかじゃん。ね。っていう意味もあるけど、床がタワムとかも使うから、とにかくなんか下の方向ってイメージを持ってる。うん。なんかじゃん。 インベイドは絶対やってんだけど、これはもう言うたら大学受験レベルやから当たり前にしとかなあかんけど、まあ普通にわからなかったね。甘かったね。これちなみにレディッシュ。これは、まあ見かけないはずないよ。僕は知らんかったから、みんなも絶対知らん。僕がわからないものはみんなもわからない理論やから。でも普通に合ってんねんな。で、これはそれこそ、この単語テストで覚えた。めっちゃ簡単なんよね。だってレッドやもん。レッドにディッシュがついてるだけやから、ああ、形容詞化してるんやな。ね。ちょろいもんですよ。レディッシュ。だけ。うん。プレイディスポーズは絶対アイレツのやつなんやけど、絶対アイレツのアイエルツの単語帳になったんやけど、こんな前もって仕向けるじゃなかったね。プレイディスポーズは前提とするじゃなかったっけな。訳し方としては。なあ。このことはどう思う？プレイディスポーズ。あらかじめ傾向を与える。なことだ。あらかじめ傾向を与えるって。ほんで、フラックスは流入。これはね、流動かなこれ。これも、TOEIC聞く単 990に載ってなかったんやけど、インフラックスで載ってたね。インがついて。で、これで流入なんよね。インでだってその、前置詞思い出したらさ、in the box とかやったら箱の中っていうやろ。インって中やんか。だから、インフラックスで流入なんよね。入ってくる。で、インフラックスオブの使い方が出るね。後ろオブとセット。インフラックスオブ。A の流入。っていうのを知ってたから、まあ、フラックス流動かなみたいな。うん。ルートはどうしてもあって略奪するっていう意味で、そこからまあ戦利品とかもあるね。で、ブラーは、霞ませる。ぼやけて見える。今回は名詞やけど、動詞もあるね。ベイグは大学入試レベルかな。それの曖昧な、かすかな、漠然とベイグ。曖昧な。曖昧って使うね、ベイグってね。で、それの ly、副詞化してるから、漠然とかすかにみたいな。モブは多分、アニメのモブとかと一緒の意味だと思う。だから矢島とかね。で、大は、これ発音大で、これ染料染める、これ名詞やけど、動詞もあるね、染めるってそのまま。ねおこちゃん。ねおこちゃん。かわいいね。うん。帰り。誰もおらへんのあんた。寂しいの。寂しくても一緒に寝てくれないくせに。うん。まあ、こんなもんかな。おーこれ絶対紹介するね。めっちゃレベル下がったな。うん。まあ、わからん。マニフェスト違う、間違えたな。フォーリングフラット違うか。これ絶対話すね。フレンズ。パートはまあ、ly 外したらパートやから、パート1、パート2部分やろ。だからパート3で副詞化してるから一部分はっていうね。Small and medium-sized company が中小企業。ブルテンボード、バルテン。これは、トイック聞く単990載ってたはず。方法掲示。掲示で載ってたな。で、ブルテンを押さえるんやったら、ブルテンボードまでやね。トイック出るから、これ、ブルテンボード。ブルテンボード。タイルはタイルやもんな。僕らは、ディクテーションやりましたけど、タイルの話のディクテーションやりましたからね。これタイルですよね、そのままね。 ディテール。これも絶対トイック。ディテール。氷。絶対出る。うん。フラストレーション普通に間違えた。エンドは、アイエルツか、超上級のどっちか。アスピレーションは超上級だったはず。コンセキュティブはアイエルツだったかな。ほんで、これ絶対やるな。フレンジーは、まあ、熱狂とか狂乱とかないけど、モンハンってさ、恐竜ショーモンスターってのがあるのね。恐竜ショーとゴアマガラの話だけどさ。恐竜モンスターをフレンジードって表してる。フレンジード。ED に直すよね。Y を I に変えて ED。過去形というか、形容詞化するのはフレンジード。フレンジー名詞やからさ。逆上したっていう。逆上した、狂乱したっていう。で、それで恐竜化を表してたから、ねーっていうね。まあ、それでも知ってるし、そもそもフレンチは多分超上級ってついたはずだよ。バーンガードは、アイエルツだったはず。いや、パラとかしてな。で、これ。今回のテストはこれですよ。Take a rain check on something. これまさか、ねえ、すごいね。やっぱなんかこう出るとね。出ると嬉しいね。ちなみにこれは、席です、席。席ですって言ってた。席単語ない、今日、しかもな、今日やったとこ。だから偶然にも今日の復習になってるんよね。席単語の右上にあったはずだね。あったあった。はい。石単語の304が、このレインチェックなんです、そもそもね。レインチェックって名詞になってて、後で誘いを受ける約束。まあ、とにかく後なんよね。後の誘い。受ける約束って書いてあって、見出しがレインチェックなんやけど、その、解説の部分で、太字でちゃんと、take a rain check on まで書いてくれてんの。take a rain check on なんとかって書いてあるから、rain check on A で、A を次の機会に受け入れると約束する。で、まあ例文としては、また今度 take a rain check on dinner だから、また今度晩ご飯させてみたいな。だその次の機会、また今度っていうニュアンスやから、まんま出てるんよね、これがね。わーお。わーお、守護種、守護種。んで、おごったは静かないけど、床はめっちゃ舐めてんのよ。ただ、このレインチェックは、確かね、イディオマに載ってた気すんねんな。そもそも、石単語はね、今月買ったばっかりやから最新なわけであって、僕がそもそも初めて見たのは、あ、そうよね。うん、イディオマにありましたね、84ページ。うん。そもそもね、イディオマにあるんですよね。チェックしてるし。でもここまでなんかしっかり頭入ってなかったな。take もしくは get も書いてあるね。get はレインチェック。でも基本 take なんやろな。テストも take だし。次回にする、今回はパスするという意味のフレーズで、誘いを断るときの常套句。 で、おもれ。スポーツなど屋外のイベントが雨で延期になった時、連やからね。延期になった時に、次回改めてやりますよっていう。で、その時に参加できるようにするために、配布されるチケット、券のことである。券のこと、チケットである。ね、次回用の雨降った時の、雨降ったから次回やりますよっていう、そういう時のチケットを指してるんですが、なんと石単語では、まあその Take a rain check on の説明の右側に、レインチェックっていう書いたチケットのイラストが載ってる、ちゃんと。なんなら、石単語にも書いてるわ。もともとスポーツの試合が雨天中止になった時の雨天順延券。雨天順延券なんて日本語そもそも使わんけどな。まあ無理やり訳したよな。順延券でそこからどうのこうの。イラスト付きです。石は。いや、これはすごいね。繋がってきますよね。まあ、もちろん間違ったこと書いてるわけがないからね。あれやけど。つながりですよ、つながり。すげえ。レインチェック。でも、イディオマでもあるし、まあそもそも石単語にもあるということは、石単語にあるということは、TOEICで出るっていうことやから。お誘いを断るときの決まり文句って覚えとこう。ね。また今度ね、レインチェック。また今度ね、レインチェック。おもれえな。なあ、お子ちゃん。床舐めても美味しくないよ。ね。おやつ行こうか。おい。おやつ。なあ。おやつ食べたいなあんた。お座りはおだ。お座り。そう、お座り。おやつ欲しいね。お手。おかわりははい。ねえ、お母ちゃん。ほな、行こうか。なあ、おやつ行こうね。おやつ。さあ。おいしいね。おいしいね。おいしいね。おいしいね。おいしいね、お子ちゃんね。はい。食べるの早すぎ。レインチェック。なんやの、あげたやろ。これは僕のおやつや。これ。 わかんねえ。わかんねえ。角膜っぽい。角膜きたー。なんでこれは合ってたかっていうと、まあ見たことはないねんけど、全然復習しながら忘れてるわ。大脳っていう英語があってさ、大脳が英語で何やったかな？ CO から始まんのよ。とにかく。こう。大脳って頭の話ね。脳ね。あ、全然違う。セレブラルだった。あ、全然違いました。はい、すいません。なんもないです。なんで合ってたかわかりません。はい。C しか合ってなかった。ドーパミンいきますか？ドーパミンは、まあ脳の物質やから、なんか、物質系ないかなと思ったら、ここにね、ニューロトランスミッターでニューロがあるから神経来たな。で、ここにブレインがあるね。ここブレインがあるやろ？あ、もうこれやな。もうここしか見てない。ニューロトランスミッターと、トランスミッターの部分も読めてないよね。もうニューロだけで判断してる。ニューロと、この脳のブレインで判断したね。あと見てません。クベンチイヤスは超上級に乗ってた。リタリエーションもリタリエイトで報復するっていう動詞があって、これは超上級。これも超上級で、名詞化してるから、報復だってね。コーアーサーは、なんて訳そう。コーって共同って意味があるから、共同著者やから、共著者か。共著者やね。訳し方ね。共著者って意味やから、なんかあるかなって言ったらもうそのままやんなって。そのまま見つけたもん勝ち。はい、レムナント残り。これは、アイルスかな。コンプレイセントは、これは超上級乗ってて、自己満足のっていうの書いてあるんだけど、なんかその、悪い意味の自己満足。結構ネガみたいな感じやったね。職場の悪い環境に、まあ、しゃあなし満足してるかな、みたいな。こんな感じ。おやす。インティマシーは、インティメットっていう、親密なっていう形容詞があるから、それの名詞やな。それで親交、親友とか。かなぁ。はい。まあ、そんなもんじゃないですか。食物繊維いっぱい食べないと。かな終わり。テスト終わり。いや、ちゃんとテストやってるし、マジでなんか、いや実感するね、さすがに。英語の文章で選びましょうっていう速度が上がってきてて、正答率も上がってきてて、振り返ってみるとね、やっぱり上がってますわ、英語力。さすがに実感する。マジで。もう最初だって、無理やったもん。ほんまに。これはすごいわ。なこちゃん。ね。天才やな。天才やな。 そうだ。何やのおで。何やの何やのあるか。 おこたかわいいね。天才。まあ、天才やな、あいつは。さてさて。仕方ないな。仕方ないな。2期がなんかお友達がログインしてるから遊び誘ってみようかな。ほんまはライズやりたかったけどスチームデックくん死んでるから桜音わからん。桜舞うほど花火上がる夜の雨。
はい、というわけで、お伝えしました。大悟です。今日もやっていきたいと思います。本日はテーマ放送ということで。
さすがに3年ぐらい経つと、やっぱちょっと懐かしくなりますよね。
もうな、26歳やしな。シンカーでもある。マジその歌や。大当たり中の歌や。さあ、マジリスク。気持ちいい。最高。
なんかちょっと70が懐かしくなりつつあるもんな。70が懐かしくなりつつあるということは、ちょっと記憶が遠ざかってってるもんな。の。春英語は何点取ったんや。
皆さんこんにちは、春です。それになります。85点と。
おー、やっぱすごいね、春英語。やりますね。さすが春英語やりますね。岩木谷か。
配給の食材まとめて渡しておくね。
980。さすがやりますね。 まだリンク来てねえじゃねえかよ。はよ、来い。まあ、実質4年やけどな。2021年やろ。実質4年ですけどな。そう考えると、4年って考えるとさ、遠いとこまで来たな。ねえ。遠いもんですよ。遠いとこまで来しまったな。はよ来い。カリフラワーだから。取りすぎなんよな。採取しすぎなんよな。さすがよね。ちょっとここら辺の最大サイズ欲しいよな。やっぱり。やりすぎない。まあ、バーラハーラから先殴っときますか。2機が来るかどうかわからんから。2機と一緒に遊ぶんやったら捨てるべきやろな。あいつ死んだら許す。どうやっていくね。おい、もうさ、別にいいんですけど。いいんですよね。キャンプ見つけたらすぐ殴るのやめへん。そうやろ。でもあれから何も進んでないんだよ。配信で出すって言って。おー、来た来た来た。来い来い来い。お前は待ってんねん、ニキ。遊ぼうぜ、一緒に。なんや、お子ちゃん。お子ちゃん。お子ちゃん、ちょっと待って。おい。かわすのうますぎやろ。お、やるやん。ここで、バーッとやって、来た来た。あ、 全然間に合ってない。ナイス。痛い、そんな痛いのやめてくれるかな。あ、やばい、死ぬ。マジ死ぬ。こんばんは。どうもどうも。これさ、ボイスどうやって出す？早すぎるか。全然早いな。思ったけど、ボイスチャットわからん。いやー、きついっす。うまい。それはうまい。はい。ナイスナイスナイス。うまい。ブライトお前天才。さすが僕ら15年の付き合いはあるで。帰りやがった。あ、いた。最後のやつはかわせんかったな。ナイスマヒー、でかいよ。オッケー。 トのダメージも命取りだよ。引いたな。よし、調べたり調べたり。おばちゃんどこやオプション。サウンド。Hello. Hi. Can you hear me? Bro. My friend. Can you hear me? Oh, 聞こえてなさそうやね。野良どこにおんのあいつ。サボってるもしかして。ナイス、うまい。なんだそうでした。あー、ナイスお食事。マジ助かるわ。あれあのらしいんだ。やば。いた。いた。最近ストレス耐性度が低いな。ボイスほら。ボイスチャット。キーボード。ああ。Bro, ナイスナイスナイスナイス。まあ、2機が捕獲してくれるやろな、あれは。
罠を置いたぞ。その調子。
はい。うん。
せっかくですし、もう少し調査を続けましょうか。
僕も一緒に行く。
聞こえてないっぽいな。聞こえてなかったら、ああ、寒い、ああ、寒い。この虫を取りたい。スタミナライテウ。うるせえなあ、こいつ。ああ、確かにその手があったな。激おここまで。殴られた。ナイスナイス、でかい。天才。ジェマがどこに設置したのでこれかこれか見たか今の初めてミスったやん。おいや、ナイスナイス。ジェマ揉ましてくれへんかな。罠とかいいからちょっと飲みたいんですよ。ほんまに。うわぁ、初めてミスったね、この壁に。いや、お前まだ揉ませられるやろ。役目果たせよ。 後で地獄のクエストやってみようかな。間違えた。まあいいか。よけ。
支給品が届いていますね。ぜひ使ってください。
おお、なにこいつ、なにこいつ。ロックスリンガーで遊びたかったけど。そういえば、フックオンの話は、ツイッターでした。どっかでやったなと思ったらツイッター。まさかの。はっ。超かっこナイスすぎる。落ちひんだから。ナイスナイス。ナイスナイス。ナイスナイス。逃げられたか。 意思疎通能力高すぎやろ。キモこいつほんまに。ダメでしょこれ。いややめてもうな。目が複眼になってんのやばすぎる。こんなんに刺されたら普通死ぬと思いますけどね。どう見ても死ぬ。さて。激重クエストいきますか。これ買えるの誰かやめとこうかな。激重クエストです。セルレギダイヤ号終わった。負けたら抜ける。
皆さん、素材集めに協力してくれるそうです。はい。では。
私は本気だ。
支給品が届いていますね。ぜひ使ってください。
一緒に乗せて。
おお、何やこいつ。私は本気だ。偉い。ちゃんと本気やねん。動け。死ぬな。ナイス。うわ、刺されたっていいですね、マジか。 オッケー。ここダウンでかい、マジで。マジで神。ちょっと早かったな、今の。完全にフルボッコや。楽しいな。あ、終わってる。終わってる。オーバー。うますぎてオーバーしてた。ガチでうまかったな。さすがに気持ちを。いやー、快適やったな。こんな楽に CU 倒せることまあないよ。ご飯食べなあかんな。でかいでかい。一瞬で死にました。いや、もう一撃でこのダメージやもんな。が急げ。間に合った。間に合った。マジで、せめて、体力だけでも全開しとかないと。マジ即席飯だったな。限界ハンターやってる。限界狩人ってやつかもしれない。あ、死ぬかも。もうきつー。あと何回死ねんの？あ、まだ2回、あと1回死ねるんや。終わりそう。強すぎて。 ドンマイのやつをつけとかないと。やばすぎー。ナイス。一旦逃げたんか。えぐいな、こいつ。うまい。マジ当てたのナイスすぎる。おい。いやー、きつかったなー。しゃあない。ダイヤ後はマジで死ぬ。 もうちょっとだけ、モンハンやりたいな。
This'll be easy. Well, we're waiting for you.
安心感な。だから、故郷に帰ってきたような安心感があるよな。そして、マイルズもほんまに神作やけど、やっぱね、ライズなんですよね。僕にとっての運命の作品やな、これは。じゃないとこんな複数アカウントやらへんて。じゃないとそもそもスチームデッキ買わないし。なめ猫。さすがにないな。なんか3作品みたいなのがないね。これまで。絶対2作品で終わらせてるから。あ、でも、考えて、どうなの？言ってる意味が分かったわ。また別作品を作って、それをライズサンブレイクの世界観に合わせて続編っていう形よね、多分ね。それならありそうなんよな。何やろ。カプコンの中でも言い方選ばんというと派閥があるらしくって、中になんかネットに当てられて言うなら、なんかそのワイルズとサンブレイク作ってるところが分かれてて、なんかちょっとギクシャクしてるみたいなね。まあネットの話だから、どうでもいいけど。まあとにかく何が言いたいかっていうと、ワイルズとサンブレイクは、また別の人が作ってるよね。まあトップはいつも一緒だと思うけどさ。開発の中身作ってる人はまた別ね。もう明けもいらんで。総流してもらった。一月で全部倒せる。あ、届かん。遠い。ファイト付き。ファイト付き。終わりました？うん。ラスト。こんなとこでな、ぐずぐずしてるわけにはいかへんね。 ラストや。
We just have to get through this.
来た来た来た。いた。だから秒で終わらせてる。あ、これもしかして道開けないと終わらんやつか。うわ、これ確定で次のエリア行かないと終わらへんやつや。燃えて燃えて。帰りもそうだな。どんだけダメージ当ててると思ってんの。これ勝ちやろ。あ、あかんわ。次のエリア行くまで絶対死なない。もうええて。帰りや。おしまいおしまい。はい、おしまい。はい。ですよね。やっぱね、ライズはカジュアルでライト層向けの作品やけど、ワイルズはね、やっぱ本格派なんよね。本格派ハンティングアクションゲームね。ワイルズは。眠た。やっと上位やな。やっと上位や。 なんだ、痛い。さあ。
All in a day's work.
Quest complete.
え、目痛いし。あ、どこだ。どこだ。かぶりすぎ。遠いな。なんか鳩鳴いてる。ワイルズじゃなくてライズなのかな。どこや。熊子。 明けのも倒しといた。Let's go home. さてさて。まだいける、まだいける。ほんま捕獲したいねんけどな。もうちょっとチートの倍率下げる？いい感じに下げる。今 900% 火力上がってるからな。これでなんとかなれるのかな。来た。もうちょっとだけ上げても良さそう。43。からかさ。あ、まず弱ってない。 いけた。
All done.
いい感じやな。
Let's go. The gloves are coming off.
間違えた。金クエ。
What would you like to do? I have a special quest until next time.
Good to go.
Accursed marsh.
This'll be easy. I feel better than ever.
CM デッキあと 30% もないからな。まあ、CM デッキが切れたら終わりやな。あと5分も持たへんのちゃうか。 もうちょっと火力上げてもいいかな。65%。足並みが揃ってきました。
Welcome to the hub. Come back anytime.まあ英語でやるしかないな。英語でやろう。
This'll be easy. Gloves are coming off. Thanks for coming. Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
眠なってきたね。眠なってきたね、これは。でも、スティーブデッキ君また、まあ、20% 切ったけど、まだいけそうなんだよな。2頭だるんだ。一かき入魂。一かき入魂しよう。一番強いハンターで戦って、あ、そうそう、チート使ってる。マジでこれ土俵に立ってない状況だよね。僕サバーカ2つ買って、まあ実質3つやけど、パソコンがそもそも足りひんから、最大でも2赤進める。2赤しか進められへんって。僕のメイン端末は1万時間のやつあるじゃないですか。あれで、やってんねんけど、そのチート入れてるから、こういう時用にね、クエスト渡す用とかで、剣の火力を 900% とか 1000% 上げるみたいなチートやってて、まあ、そこら辺も基本僕はフェアプレイの人やけど、ソロで遊んでるし、いいかなって割り切ってやってて、オッケーオッケー。やはり捕獲は世界を救うぜ。4年ぐらいライズやってるけど、一生楽しいもんな。まあ、それで言ったらエーペックス6年やってますか。アペと比べんなって感じだ。アペはゴミゲーやから。チートを使って、そう土俵立ってなくて、まあ、そもそもさ、マスターランク解放しないとあかんから、まあ、このペースでやれればね、マスターランクの秒やけど、秒ではあるけども、あとは僕のメンタルが持つかどうか。うん。そう、ハンターランクカンストしてるやつに、言ったらそのスチームデッキにチート入れてるから、そう。中途半端なエリアあるな。絶対鳩鳴いてんねんけど。コロッコーコロッコー、ポッポッポーっつってんねんけど。絶対鳩鳴いてる。はい、今帰ろうかー。 配信激読むやな。次またハンターランク上がるんじゃないですか。まだか。ラストやな。これでラストや。バサルも。お、バッテリーが少なくなってきたな。ほんまに3ブレイクまでが遠いな。さすがにこう作業感強いからどんどん疲れてくるよね。やっぱりね。根詰めすぎると。だから次で終わりやな。だから次で終わり。ちょうどこれでハンターランク上がるよ。6いって、6いって、7いって、感じこんな感じやったっけ。またなんか100、あ、絶対100リアコあるわ。だる。だる。研究クエストで下校の3つ目。3つ目や。
What would you like to do? Special quest. See you later then.
Here. Let's go.
やべ、あと6%しかない。まずいまずいまずいまずいまずい。ここか。ちょうどや。
We were waiting for you. Thanks for coming.
はいはいはい、遊んだ。おしまいかな。6。
I've been waiting for you. Until next time.
寝るわ。目がちょぼちょぼするぜ。眠た。今日はいい日やったな。ブチギレ多かったけど。眠た。ではでは。これです。寝るわ。